Hey, good morning, everybody. Hope everyone had a restful night. We'll discuss here. I'm just reading SE's little earnings report here. On the back end, so C Limited beat on the revenue, very, very strong rev growth, a little bit of higher expenses. So basically, they blasted their revenue. They missed on their EPS due to a little bit of higher expenses. They had to roll out some cashbacks, incentives. They had to do a little bit of a heavily steep marketing, advertising, and user acquisition to fend off some of their competition, the likes of TikTok Shop and Alibaba. So again, I don't mind that type of expense. It's not like they wasted it. They certainly spent money to make money, and that's kind of sometimes what you have to do, especially with big behemoths like Baba and TikTok trying to take some of C Limited's market share. But very, very solid report. The revenue for C's core e-commerce, digital entertainment, financial service segment have been strong growth, signaling that the higher spending has found some success, even amid the tariff-driven uncertainties. Good, good, good. The expenses rose by 28%. That's hence why they took a little bit of a dip in the EPS. But they doubled their profit. That's crazy, which was still lower than what the street was expecting. But I think that's still extremely, extremely positive. Yeah, so the platform Shopee said Tuesday that the net profit more than doubled to 375 million, still short of the 402 million consensus by the street. Revenue is better than expected, rising by 38% from a year earlier. 38% revenue growth from a year earlier. That is impressive, impressive, guys. So I do like C Limited's earnings report, guys. Very, very impressive. Projecting growth of more than 25% for 2025 instead of the 20% forecast. So they've raised their e-commerce guidance from 20% to 25%. Very good. Uh, the chief executive, Forrest Lee, said recently that he sees a path to a 1 trillion market cap if the company can harness and ride the huge wave of creation AI will make. Wow. 1 trillion. Let's slow down there, C Limited. The company's gaming commission recorded 50% 51% jump in bookings. That's really good because that's a small segment that's really been lagging over the last couple earnings. So the fact that their gaming division is C Limit is a very unique business model, guys. Very unique. Blah blah. I'm just reading the backend device for the segment post. Blah blah. All right, so we'll see if that can hold its gains. It is up a little bit in the pre-market. Good to see. All right, I'm gonna stand up here. Um, just give me one sec, guys. I gotta bring something up here. Also had Oklo earnings. How's Oklo doing? Oklo under a little bit of pressure this morning. Not much though. Oh no, that's after the close. My bad. That's after the close. Let's look at Nebius, NBIS. That's a ticker I've been looking to try to build into a position, but hopefully it's dipping. Ah, it's hanging on there. It's hanging on. So NBIS missed on the revenue, guys, coming in at 146.1 million versus 153.69 consensus. 4.9% miss, but it did beat slightly on the EPS. So that's kind of mixed. Really, really mixed. I'd have to dive into some of that report a little bit more, but we'll look at that a little bit later. A little bit later. What else do we have this morning? Sony. Let's look at Sony. Nice gap up for Sony this morning. Sony posted double beat. Very strong report for Sony, guys. An extra basically 1 billion on the top line revenue. EPS beating by about 6.36%. So very good report for Sony. Stock is gapping up a little bit here. Any other cool stocks worth mentioning? Let's just scroll through. Xena, Sony. The ones that I'm looking at. After the close, you got Oklo, Microvision, Orla. Cool. Not too much movement in the market today, guys. Still situating myself here. Not too much movement. All right, let me open up this. Just give me a sec, guys. I'll be right back. Peter saying bought ZPEV calls. Yesterday touched all-time high in the pre-market. We'll take a peek. ZPEV? Oh, ZPEV. Why isn't it coming up? Sure that's the right ticker? Oh, XPEV. XPEV. I was like, ZPEV. I don't know what stock that is, but XPEV, yeah. XPEV, nice continuation move. Strong, strong, strong as ever. Yeah, nice job. Nice gap up this morning. Nice gap up this morning for sure. XPEV ripping. Ripping, ripping, ripping. Peter saying SoftBank sells its Nvidia stake for 5.8 billion, opposing the OpenAI bet. Yeah, so I mean, you are seeing semiconductors down this morning, Nvidia under pressure. I appreciate that headline news. Um, you also have CoreWeave dampening a little bit of the party. You know, what's interesting is CoreWeave did technically report somewhat decent earnings regarding the 55 billion backlog, and the stock is still down here. I have CoreWeave going down to this area here. I mean, we shorted CoreWeave, gotten a little bit too early, still ended up making money off of this dip slightly. Um, but CoreWeave was a nice little insider trade alert that we discussed. There's just been too much insider selling. That was back here, all the insider selling. There's just been so much insider selling day after day after day. A lot of their big owners are getting out of the company completely, like this Magnetar Financial has almost sold all of their shares. They've basically sold over 16 million shares, 15.62 million shares, liquidating almost their entire holdings recently, and you can kind of see why, right? But a symmetrical move on CoreWeave takes us all the way down to 67. It has triggered a head and shoulders formation no matter which way you look at it. The daily chart, I'm interested in maybe trading this gap fill down here. We'll see if it wants to flush into that today. If it were to flush into that directly and fall, that would be a pretty big area in my opinion to scalp on the long side. So definitely CoreWeave will be on watch at some point today. I don't mind that trade setup at all. All right, let's see what else we got going on. New York Stock Exchange, Tidewater is under some pressure today. TDW, they also report earnings. Stock is gapping down a little bit. You got NiSource down a little bit, ticker NI. That stock is under a little bit of distribution in the pre-market. Actually, sorry, it's up. Maybe my thing just hasn't refreshed. Oh yeah, I didn't refresh it. There we go. WST, guys. What is going on here? Maybe this isn't refreshing. Ah, there we go. It didn't refresh. Okay, now it's refreshed. I thought that stock fell. Oracle down a little bit. Pure Storage, PSTG, that's down a little bit as well. Some of that data center storage, very strong stock, still likely going to get a buy to dip. What else we got going on? Nothing really crazy that I'm observing, guys. VSAT is up. Let's look at the NASDAQ. Get a little bit more volatility in the NASDAQ. Again, CoreWeave down just over 8%. Life 360 down. Nvidia down. Micron down. So yeah, you are getting some distribution in semiconductors today. That's really what I'm seeing. You're also getting some sell side pressure in crypto, guys. Bitcoin is seeing a decent reversal from the highs, getting rejected with a bearish engulfing candle. That's okay. but you can clearly see the resistance trend line that BTC is now hitting. Did a nice sweep yesterday, getting some sell side pressure. Natural gas was negative in the pre-market, guys, and it just keeps getting bid up. So this is what a short squeeze looks like, guys. Every single time it dips, boom, just right back up, right back up. So natural gas acting quite well in my opinion. Gold is continuing to surge, building a nice base, retesting that 50% retrace that I discussed yesterday. Very, very strong move for gold, looking like a nice 3-bar surge. I know someone was looking at dust yesterday. Let this one go a little bit lower. Honestly, I wouldn't get really intrigued about it until it came into this gap fill. So call it 953-ish. I know it's tempting, but gold can push. Gold can certainly push higher and farther than what most people expect, especially since this is the first major pullback from the all-time high. All right, what else we got going? So Nvidia's down, semis are seeing some weakness. Open doors still are strong. Baba's under some pressure. Micron Western Digital under some pressure. Going down. Again, C Limited, guys, ticker SE. Very solid earnings report in my opinion. I read through it. Spent not a long time, but I spent about 10 minutes going through it, and it was pretty decent. Basically doubling their profits from a year ago, raising their guidance for 2025 by an extra 5%. They did miss on the EPS, but the advertising campaign was a little bit more aggressive and higher than what the street was expecting due to the fierce competition from TikTok and Alibaba. But nevertheless, SE still posting strong, strong growth in my opinion. I like it a lot. Ticker Diageo still trying to hold steady and bounce here. Very, very strong bounce off of that low. Acting quite well in my opinion. Quantum stocks are mixed this morning. You got QBTS slightly down in the pre-market here. Not down by much. IONQ only down by 0.5%. And then obviously Rigetti guys reported earnings. Dumpster fire, dumpster fire, dumpster fire. That's all I can say. This earnings report was so weak, so weak. It missed on its revenue. Absolutely disgusting. That's what I say about these pre-revenue companies. They're so dangerous. Couple stocks that also reported in the space theme last night, ASTS and Rocket Labs. They're two completely different stocks, but they often will trade in tandem and sympathy, even though their business models are completely different. But ASTS, another pre-revenue SPAC company, basically missing. Stock initially gapped a little bit lower. Let me go to the pre-market here. Stock initially went down here. So there is a potential short trade, guys, on ASTS today. Down to that low. And then simultaneously you have Rocket Labs. I was hoping this one dipped, but Rocket Labs showing another gap up this morning, closing at 51, pushing all the way to 56. So I mean, it's not that much higher compared to where it was at its high pivot yesterday, but definitely a nice report for Rocket Labs. They're still executing their business model pretty flawlessly regarding their neutron rocket. So acting very, very well. DataVolt is seeing some buy side pressure in the pre-market. Palantir is down by 1.41%. Crypto's down, Meta's down, Rocket Lab strong, Tempest AI, Molina Healthcare, FI. All right, that settles that. Let's see what else we got going here. You do have yields green, guys. So the 10-year yield is up 0.6, 2-year yield is up 0.2. So if we look at those short-term yields, good morning, double leg. I'll take a look at Plug Power. So 2-year yield still trying to consolidate almost as if it's putting in a right shoulder, bull flag, inverted head and shoulders. So it's going to try to make an attempt at breaking out. We'll see if we get any sort of data that can slap yields back down. But with yields moving up, that in theory should put a little bit of sell side pressure on the Russell IWM, guys. What's really fascinating about this Russell chart, if I go to the regular trading hours, the IWM guys actually printed a very bearish 4-hour hangman candle yesterday. and you're getting some continuation sell side pressure today. Now there is a lot of support here on the Russell chart. That being said, it's a nice point of control, volume zone, POC, that we're now coming into. You can see we're basically hanging right on that area. And then if we do throw on some of those key moving averages on the IWM, what you're going to observe is right at that point of control, you have the 7-day moving average. And then just below that, you have the 50. So there is some daily chart support levels, which is why this is going to be a very choppy range that the market is likely going to trade into. WTI crude looking pretty positive, guys. Crude oil is trying to make a little bit of a breakout attempt here. So energy stocks are certainly catching a decent size bid. Good morning, Stoic. Let's look at plug for double leg. So plug power, again, I don't like this gap up and reversal. This is probably going lower. What this price action is reminding me of, guys, is Unity Software. So if we look at what happened to Unity on its earnings, where was it? Or was it Unity stock? Maybe it was a different stock. No, it must have been a different stock, not Unity. What was there was a ticker that reminded me of this where you had a big gap up and they sold into it. What was the ticker? It's escaping my memory now. I thought it was Unity, but it wasn't Unity. Maybe it was a firm. No, it wasn't a firm. Anyway, there was a ticker that gapped up on earnings, sold into, and then it went even lower. So I think that plug is going to take out this low. So I would just steer clear of it if you're wanting to buy it on the long side. But all right, let's see what else. ST Lauder doing well, Dicom doing well, ticker Race Ferrari doing well this morning. Wheaton Precious Metals, John Deere, SIX, okay. Top losers we looked at already. PPG, Celestica, Oklo down a couple percent. Tidewater, NiSource, Snowflake, Semis. Let's look at some unusual volume in the New York Stock Exchange. So unusual volume, XPEV, SEC Limited, earnings play, Dava, and Dava. What the hell is this Dava? Down 19%. Nice gap down on Dava, interesting. Allurion Technologies, ALUR, it's too small to form a market cap for me to mention. Sherwin-Williams, Teflon, alright, that's nothing to do there. Most active stocks, ooh, look at Big Bear AI today, guys. BBAI, ripping to the upside. Nice move. Nice move for BBAI. Very good move. Off of its earnings print. Didn't really look at that earnings yesterday, but I guess it's a double beat. Such tiny revenue, though. Such tiny revenue. It's a miss. BBAI. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if BBI gets sold into at some point today. They're doing an acquisition. Is that BBAI? Oh, okay. Thanks for that heads up. Who are they acquiring? I'm curious. Let me check it out here. BBAI stock surges as Ask Sage Buy turbocharges defense AI ambitions. The acquisition of Ask Sage expands Gen AI capabilities. A major strategic move, BBA announced it signed a definitive agreement to acquire Ask Sage, a fast-growing generative AI platform focused on secure model distribution and secure agentic AI capabilities. The deal expected to close in the late fourth quarter of 2025, so really within the next couple months. Will broaden BBAI's reach in defense, national security, and regulated enterprise sectors. Interesting. I'm actually surprised that the stock is up. Usually off of an acquisition announce, it's typically dilutive. But obviously people are liking that, so thanks for that heads up. That's very weird that the stock's actually holding steady. Again, usually buyouts or acquisitions are dilution plays in the very short term, so I'll be curious to see if that can hold its gains or not. Very, very curious. Rug pull probably. Yeah, honestly, I mean, not a bad area to try to short. Let's see what we got. We got the 20-day moving average that it's hitting. Let's just clean up this chart a little bit. They did defend support, back testing a gap. You're back over the head and shoulders neckline. Let me just mark the high that we wick to. Pretty much right at that point of control. Interesting. Big Bear AI. Peter saying XPEV surges 18% on humanoids and robotaxi enthusiasm. Yeah, so that was yesterday, right? That big move, and today it did get some follow through, getting faded off the highs. There's definitely some resistance here on the daily chart. It can go higher, but there's definitely a little bit of resistance here. The thing that I want to show you on XPEV really is this double top pivot high, guys. So that's kind of what we ran into in the pre-market, and one of the reasons why you're selling off on XPEV. So could it push through that? Yes, it could, but there is quite a bit of sell side pressure up in this vicinity. Again, I still think that it can push a little bit higher in the intraday price action, but just understand you're into big double top. But it'll likely try to press a little bit higher. At least I think. That's where I think it could press to today is back up to this 27.70, maybe 28 bucks again. Maybe. Let's just mark the high that it went to. So yeah, it's not a bad zone, I think. All right, let's see what else we have. So core weave down. We discussed that big bears, Entech, Perezzo. Okay. Timing Q Kroger, Novo. So again, guys, I'm not seeing too much. So that being said, we'll just be patient. I'd consider shorting BBAI. If it retested the high, maybe, depending on how strong the market is. If the market catches really fat candle bid, then I wouldn't short it. Dollar's starting to come into some support here. I'm kind of surprised the Dixie's pretty weak today, considering yields are strong. You're in December calls? Nice. All right, let's go split screen here. We'll watch the S&P 500 as usual. I'll put up the SPY chart here. Actually, watch the SPX chart here. And we'll watch SPY chart here. Just gonna grab some more coffee, guys, and then we will jump in. Stoic saying expecting limited traffic today. Say the market cap is due to the funds not clearing out until tomorrow due to a partial U.S. holiday. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yep, it's Remembrance Day. I'm going to be taking off a little bit early today. I'll probably be taking off in 10:30, so I'll only be on for the morning session for an hour, as I do have a Remembrance Day ceremony that I'm going to, so, but I'll be back for the afternoon session. But let me grab some more coffee, guys, and we'll settle in for the open. So the volume trends will be a little bit lighter today. Typically, that does indicate um, a bit of a ability to bounce the market. So we'll certainly watch and see what happens here. 20 seconds till the open. All right, guys, markets are open here. Markets are open. IWM selling off. Bouncing off of the 7-day. It's coming into the 7-day moving average, your Russell 2000. So that's pretty weak right now, that indice. Big bounce on the Russell, guys, coming into play. Pretty decent bounce. Rocket Labs is pulling in a little bit. CoreWeave. That stock is trying to catch a little bit of a bid off its gap. Oh yeah, how is Oscar doing? Oscar's on watch for a long, guys. Oscar's on watch for a long today. Needs to go a little bit lower, but there is a potential trade on Oscar today. Dollar's still softening quite a bit here. You do have the Qs underperforming everything. The Russell's outperforming. Bitcoin down. Nat gas strong. Crude strong. Gold decently strong. Yields are strong. Tesla weak down 1.4. Meta down 0.9. Google down 0.63. Apple strong up 0.47. Microsoft down half. Amazon just barely negative. You can see the SPX still gapping down a little bit, trying to catch a little bit of a buy program. I am seeing some continuation strength in natural gas resource stocks, guys. Looking at RRC, pushing to the high side again. AR, guys. Again, that guys at these prices are basically kind of trading like gold miners now, where they just are absolutely printing profits. So nice buy side pressure in some of these names. We'll see if it can hold steady. What else we got going on here? Come on down, Rocket Labs. Come on down. Your S&P is still well off of its 7-day moving average, whereas the Russell actually tested its 7-day moving average, guys. So definitely some relative strength in the S&P on a technical daily basis. Obviously intraday, S&P is a little bit weaker. Financials are mixed. Quantum, they're coming down a little bit. LiDAR stocks are coming down a little bit. Consumer discretionary, Nike showing some strength. AMD's green. Starbucks is green. Rocket Lab still holding value. Nvidia is still getting clobbered. How's Big Bear AI doing? Still up 16% on Big Bear. Interesting. BBAI. It did get pretty sharply faded there from the high. Interesting. Plug Power continuing to go lower. CLSK, Clean Spark, guys, that did a little bit of a debt offering yesterday. So that is under some pressure. Clean Spark, chop it down. Oscar, that's catching a little bit of a bid here. All right, markets are trying to hold steady here. A little bit of a bounce. CoreWeave getting interesting, guys. CoreWeave is starting to come into a potential zone here. It'd be nice to see SPY retest its 7-day today, guys. I think that's where they could defend it and catch a little bit of a bid and bounce off that 7-day. That would not surprise me. IWM still seeing a little bit of selling. CoreWeave getting wrecked here, guys. Palantir down, Rigetti down 5%, XPEV still strong, NBIS down 2.5 now after being green. A lot of stocks that gapped up this morning are getting faded. Big Bear II still up 16, 17% now, but CoreWeave down 11.2. CoreWeave's somewhat interesting down here, guys. We are seeing CRWV coming into that gap fill. Somewhat interesting down here for a technical long. Wide range green candle low. Wow. Nasty little dump on CRWV, guys. Absolutely nasty. S&P still holding value. Yeah, VIX is muted. VIX is muted. Grab is having a good day. Rocket Labs is still up 4.89. Again, nat gas stocks are doing exceptionally well. Quantum is down. CoreWeave, guys, is tempting. I'm gonna let it go lower. If CoreWeave hits, like, call it 91 Pierce, then I'll get very intrigued by it. I mean, it's an aggressive level into the gap fill. Not your worst level, not your best level, but it is a level, gap fill. If you're an aggressive trader, you can take a long on CoreWeave for a quick bounce off that gap, but I'm going to wait personally a little bit lower. It is bouncing off the gap right now, slightly, but I just don't like it, the reaction. Our markets are trying to stage a little bit of a bounce here. You can see the SPX buy program is still strong. IWM is still weak. Your dollar's still going lower, making a new low. Nvidia is still down 2.3. Core down 11. NBIS down 2. Rigetti down 5.6. Palantir down 1, but off of the lows. Ford having a good day. XPEV having a good day. NEO having a good day. Still got natural gas up 1%. Crude oil up 1.6. Bitcoin down 1.6. IWM underperforming SPY. SPY is technically the strong indice of the day, even though it's still negative. QQQ down 0.42%. Sell side pressure from your semiconductors. Apple strong. Amazon turned green. So you are seeing a bit of that consumer discretionary accumulation, guys. The likes of Tesla trying to firm up off of the lows. Amazon trying to go green, firm up off of the lows. That could be part and parcel some of that Christmas maybe spending, maybe a Santa Claus rally in consumer discretionary stocks. You know, I'm seeing the likes of Nike having a nice day today. Your XLY basket is actually green on the session, guys. So consumer discretionary is not looking too bad here. That's for sure. How's Home Depot doing? Home Depot's still pretty oversold down here. Trying to catch a little bit of a bid. But nat gas equities, guys, we've been pounding the table on them. And they are looking strong. Strong, strong, strong. Pump it to the high side. IWM trying to test 243. Can it take out the lows? Looking like it might try. How is Tessie doing? Tessie's actually looking pretty bullish here, guys. Intraday, trying to make a red to green reversal on Tesla. Ooh. Tessie. Don't tempt me with a good time. Russell 2000 coming in. SPY is still holding some value here, guys. You can see your S&P is still holding structure. Look at the difference in the Russell, guys. The Russell is actually testing its daily 7 and 50 MA right now and trying to lose it, whereas your SPY chart is well above its 7 and 20. So if SPY wants to retest the 7 and 20, imagine where it would send the Russell. Let's look at the QQQ. QQQ is actually just sitting right on its 7 daily chart moving average, a little bit lower. Sandwiched in between two fib levels. We'll see which way it wants to retest in the near term. Rocket Labs being faded slightly. I hope that name comes in. IWM breaching 243, guys. The Russell is selling off pretty sharply here on the daily chart. Way down she goes. Fall, Russell, fall. Good morning, Ram. Good morning, Dom. JP Morgan just turned slightly negative. Wells Fargo's green. Apple having a strong, strong session, guys. SPX is still holding some value, trying to bounce off of its lows. So 2000 is selling off here a little bit more. See where they want to take this S&P 500. Selling off a little bit, guys. Still well off of your daily chart moving averages, guys. They're still well below. You do have a little bit of hourly support coming up into play. Your value area high. Tesla, nice pullback. This is a retrace that could potentially be bought on Tesla using your kind of low a day as a stop loss. The only problem is the market is looking a little bit more fragile here in SPY land. They're still holding. NatGas equities are still ripping. Quantum stocks are still showing some net distribution signs. Dollar still weak. Nvidia down 2.5. Stoic saying, please SoFi drop to 25 bucks again. Let's look at SoFi. Yeah, SoFi coming in. SoFi is definitely coming in, guys. Google negative. Apple's still surging here, guys. So really, Apple is keeping this market from selling. Amazon as well. QQQ. Actually, the IWM is now underperforming the Qs. SPY is still outperforming. The QQQ, Netflix having a good day today. Carvana, Lilly having a good day. Interesting. Rocket Lab still up 6.8. ASTS is green. Rigetti down 6. Nasty day for Rigetti. Staple stocks are still under quite a bit of pressure. SPY's catching a bounce. Now you got the Russell catching a decent bounce candle. Tesla getting wrecked right now, selling hard. Not a bad area to try to take Tesla for a long, guys. It's not a bad area for Tessie. I'm considering it, to be honest. I am considering a long on Tesla because I am seeing consumer discretionary acting well. What are we at? 440, 439 right now? Maybe I'll take 440 calls end of week. 445 calls. 442.50 is a happy median. Rocket Lab's still trying to surge here. Alright guys, I'm going to get ready for a long on Tesla. I'm going to take some upside Tesla calls. I'm hoping that it can sweep the low of day. Bitcoin chopping down, Nvidia's still weak. Apple's just loving the Nvidia liquidity. Dom C saying UPS is fucked. All MD-11 planes were emergency grounded by FAA, which means lost 10% of the cargo lanes right at holiday season, going to be a lot of late deliveries. Honestly, chart pattern is still holding structure. You know, I did see that news headline. A part of me thinks that, I don't know, a part of me thinks that somehow price action knew that already. Chart pattern is still okay on the daily and weekly time frame, still extremely oversold. I still remain long UPS. Again, we are in profits. We did take a little bit of profits off of that pop-up, but chart pattern is still okay for UPS. Big bounce on the Russell. Really solid bounce. Energy stocks are still showing resiliency and strength. Quantum still under pressure. Palantir's bouncing sharply. Rocket Lab's ripping. All right, Tessie's getting interesting, guys. I'm looking at 442.50 calls on Tesla. 442.50 calls on Tesla. Come on down, Tessie. Come on down. Amazon's still holding steady. Big bounce on Plug. Let's look at Plug Power here. Yeah, really solid bounce there. Nice reversal. Nice reversal. I still don't like it. I think you're going to get sold into there. I still think Plug takes out the low. That's just me. Interesting headlines, Dom. Looking at AR, guys. AR continuing to rip here, breaking out to the high of day. Nat gas resource stocks are the new gold miners. Nat gas resource stocks are the new gold miners. You've heard it here. I've been saying that for the last few trading sessions. They got lots of room. If natural gas holds these upper boundary prices, which so far, day after day, there seems to be a little bit of a dip in the morning, then boom, right back up. Nat gas is just grinding. This is where they print profits. Most of these nat gas equities, or a lot of them that I trade, operate in the Appalachian Mountains, and I think the cost basis for most of them is around $3, kind of break even on nat gas price. I think the best one is around that 250, 230 area. for break-even price. So the fact that natural gas, if you think about it, $3 per billion cubic feet there, I mean, they're making $1.57 spread here right now on this contract. So profits are going to surge. Profits are going to surge. All right, Tesla is still coming in, getting interesting down here. IWM still trying to hold steady. Your NASDAQ QQQ getting slapped around here, guys. Absolutely slapped. Let's look at the daily chart of the Q. So the QQQ is already back testing its 7-day moving average, guys. Daily chart price action, you're trying to breach it. I'm expecting them to defend it, but we're in no man's land, right? If you look at this Fibonacci level, you're sandwiched between the 618, you're sandwiched between the 50%. Which way are we going to go? You're literally at even keel price point here. You could easily fall down. There is some daily chart support here. That's the only positive for the Qs, is that you have that daily 7MA. But remember, that daily 7MA is in a bit of a downtrend, guys. It's not like the daily 7MA is in an uptrend like it was. It's slowly curling down here, which leaves the market vulnerable and susceptible to some lower price action. We are seeing some heavy declines. Heavy. IWM's holding steady though. Interesting. Tesla's getting interesting down here, guys. Tessie is getting interesting. The temptation is real. This is a tricky area for Tesla because if you don't start to firm up on the daily real soon, like today, Tesla could have a pretty decent fall. Dollar's trying to catch a bid. Nat gas is ripping up 2%. It's flying. Take me higher, higher. I know the ground. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Dollar's still weak, yields still strong. Crude oil and nat gas are putting additional headwinds in the market today. IWM trying to hold its daily 7 and 50 moving average. Nvidia getting slapped down 3%. Apple ripping up 1.7. Meta down 1. Tesla down 1.8. Microsoft barely negative. Amazon back to the negative side, but just barely. Tesla just made a new low of day, guys. How low can you go? How low can you go? Still looking at 442.50 calls for Tessie. 442.50 calls for Tessie, guys. End of week. Oh, it came so close. I like that new low of day on Tesla. AR up 3% and Ripper. Look at AR, guys. Ripping to the upside. Squeeze this natural gas play. Squeeze it. We are long in the options group. Rip it. Look at that new high of day. Up 3.5% on AR. Wow. AR is just a beast right now. That's crazy. That is filthy. Filthy. Wow, look at this AR, guys. It's just absolutely a beast mode. RRC as well, guys. Ripping to the upside right now. Range Resources, fly, baby, fly. Tesla's defending support. Double leg asking, I'm new to this, not gonna lie, trying to learn as much as I can. What do you recommend for someone new to trading? Just sit back and listen. Paper trade, you know, if you're gonna trade with us on the live stream, paper trade first. That's the key. If you're trading with real money, lighten up your share size or your options contract. But the best thing that I could say is just sit back for a couple weeks. I know that's the hardest thing to do when we're all trading here, because FOMO is a real powerful emotion. But just paper trade with us until you feel comfortable with the market. There's a couple technical analysis books that I could recommend. But just listen. Just listen, honestly. You got a great group of people in here. I get a lot of things wrong. I get a lot of things right. There's a lot of great call outs by traders in here, investors. And you have to understand, are you looking to day trade or are you looking to swing trade? Day trading can be difficult. You got to understand your time frame. Try to find an edge. And you don't always have to agree with what we say. All right, markets are getting a nice bounce across the board, guys. Really strong bid. Energy stocks are just flying. Big bounce in your S&P 500 and Russell. The Russell's almost back to the green side. Look at this daily chart on Schlumberger, guys. SLB breaking a bull flag pattern. Very strong price action in SLB. So you are seeing kind of the XLE and OHI stocks just ripping to the upside, guys. Absolutely impressive performance in the markets and energy. Avoid stock twists. Trust me, that place is toxic. Thank you, Stoic. Honestly, I've never really used it, but I'll avoid it. But yeah, there's many ways to make money in the market, and there's just as many ways to lose money. One thing that when I started, I trade so many different equities now. You know, basically anything I trade. But the one thing that I recommend is pick a stock. You know, pick a tech stock, pick a staple stock. You know, and try to learn how each stock moves. Each stock has a different risk profile, different volatility range, different amount of volume. So like master one stock or a couple stocks, watch how they move. That's typically a decent strategy. But the problem is FOMO is so real. We see these big gap ups, gap downs. We would just want to chase stocks. I get FOMO. Everyone gets it. What a ripper there on the SPX. You know, people see a candle like that and they just pile in long, long, long. All right, IWM's trying to go green. Google's green. JP Morgan green. Tesla's still weak. Interesting. Yeah, don't chase, just be patient. Very wise, very wise. It's tough, easier said than done, you know, but the market is super, super smart. Trade Desk having a nice bounce. That's good to see. TTD. Rocket Lab's still super strong. Look at this Trade Desk breakout too, guys. TTD. Intraday fat 10-minute candle there on Trade Desk. Very strong. Rocket Lab's still super strong. UAMY trying to make another little push here. Quite a bit of topics. Let's look at Tempest. Tempest AI trying to make another push. Let's look at BBAI. BBAI starting to come in a little bit. Let's look at Plug again. Plug Power. Yeah, Plug Power is going to get sold into. That's what I was trying to make people avoid. Plug is just dirty. Dirty, dirty, dirty. Yeah. And you can ask questions. But just get a lot of different opinions. You don't have to agree with everyone all the time. What else can we look at? Quantum stocks have saw a little bit of a bounce. How is Oscar doing here? Oh, what a bounce on Oscar. Holy moly, I was so tempted. I was hoping that. So they've defended that gap and that trend line like a friggin' beast. Crazy bounce off that area. That was a nice bounce. Damn. I was looking to trade that one a little bit lower. But Oscar. I don't know if it's going to happen or not. All I know is if it does happen, that's inflationary. It's very stimulative. That money will likely flow right into consumer discretionary stocks ahead of the Christmas spending. So if it does happen, jeez, yields will probably bounce a little bit more. Dollar will probably have to firm up a little bit more. Tough. But yeah, if that does happen, stock market new highs on the stock market. That's all I can say. And funny enough, in the short term, Dom, you probably don't want to hear this, but in the short term, that probably is weak for gold and silver. Most people would think, oh, it's more monetary debasement. That's going to push gold and silver up. But these commodities have a way of pricing that in ahead of time. And it's going to be more reactionary, I think, for interest rates and the dollar in the very short term. It'll likely cause it to press up, which would put some downward pressure on the metals. Obviously, medium long term, any sort of monetary debasement, currency devaluation is bullish for gold and silver. But short term, I think it would. Yeah, it would have been bad for sure. All right, some tech stocks are trying to bounce here. Apple's still showing some resiliency. Damn, Rocket Labs is just squeezing up 8.79% on RKLB. Very strong performance there. Again, market is just kind of settling itself out. Pretty choppy and sloppy here, guys. We could just be stuck in a range. Thinking more bubble effect with stimulus. Yeah, it'll push things higher for sure. You know, that type of 2000 for, I mean, in reality, many of the people who will receive the $2,000 do not have investment accounts and trading accounts. That being said, the lower to medium class consumer in the US who do receive those stimulus checks will spend it on many of the S&P 500 companies, which should help their earnings, right? So that's why I think the likes of Amazon, Nike, consumer discretionary will be a big benefits. Maybe even the Dollar Trees, the Dollarama stocks, those types of names as well. Yeah, I feel like the government being shut down, they're hiding some weakness in the labor market. And the funny thing is typically the labor market data gets worse come December. Many companies cut jobs and fire people and lay people off in December to trim the fat for the new year. Look at this choppy price action on the S&P 500, guys. Big move up and then big move down. It's looking like it could just be one of those days. Yeah, I know it's not sure that it's going to be given, but remember, stocks run on hype and momentum. So right now it's just a headline. You don't think it'll happen either? We'll see. I was surprised to hear the headline. We'll see. We will see if it'll happen. Your dollar's ripping here, guys. Your dollar is absolutely ripping to the upside right now. DXY is starting to fly off of its lower boundary, pre-market low. The interesting thing is that interest rates, Kai, is the bond market is telling us that maybe that stimulus check will happen. Again, you look at what the yields are doing recently, and the yields are forming a pretty bullish pattern here. Intraday on the daily chart, a bull flag, 2-year yield. If this pops out of this inverse head and shoulders, the 2-year yield, then I'm betting that the stimulus checks do happen. The bond market's smarter than me. I'm just looking at the technicals, and yields are telling me that bonds want to get sold off, and if this pops higher, that likely means the short end of the curve is expecting a little bit more inflationary pressures. So if this breaks, guys, to the high side, then I think the highest probabilities that stimulus checks do happen. But that's just my 2 cents. I could definitely be wrong. All right, big sell side pressure back in the equity market. This is a long level on Tesla, guys. It's very aggressive and risky. I'm considering it. Tesla is technically hitting this long area. All right, I'm going to take a small stab here at Tesla, guys. 442.50 calls. End of the week. Filled at $6.60. Let's go, Tessie. Let's go, Tessie. We're just trying to trade a range here, guys. I'm long Tesla 442.50 calls end of week off of that green little trend line. Back tested a nice little Fibonacci area here. 50% fib. Nat gas resource stocks are still ripping. My stop loss on this Tesla trade, guys, is probably going to be around, I'm in at 660. Um, 610. 610 stop on my Tesla trade. So I'll risk 50 cents on the trade, okay? All right, let's play ball, Tesla. Let's play ball. Come on, bounce it. Bounce it. Bounce it. Come on, Tessie. Get your big butt up there. Let's go. SPY's still super, super weak here, guys. Really, really weak. Mac still softening up. S&P is coming in a little bit. Dollar still trying to make a move. Natural gas still ripping. Rocket Lab still up 6.5. Wells Fargo showing some strength. Bitcoin still down 1.7. Starbucks having a good day. Nvidia still getting wrecked, down 3%. UPS is up 1. Lululemon's green. Open door. Micron under pressure. Baba still under pressure. Come on, Tessie. Get your big butt up there. Bounce us. Bounce us. Again, I'd like to see Tesla hit 441 here. That's kind of TP1, just below 441. I'll trim half of my contracts. Again, I have 4 contracts long Tesla 442.50s. So if we hit TP1, I'll trim 2 of them, and then TP2, I'll trim the other 2. Etsy apparently seeing bullish flow. I like the chart. Let's take a peek at Etsy on my other screen here. Nice bounce on Tesla, guys. Come on. Yeah, nice positive day for Etsy. Yeah, not a bad area. I would let this pull back slightly and then buy the next pullback on Etsy. You know, looking kind of similar to what we have here. A nice 1, 2, 3 bar surge on the daily on Etsy here, and then the next day you got a big pullback. Tested the low of that green bar candle. Look what's occurring here. 1, 2, 3 bar surge through your EMA. So it's structurally set up very similar to what we just saw here on Etsy. So don't chase it in my opinion yet. Wait for that next pullback. That next pullback can be bought. So Etsy is looking pretty decent. Our S&P 500 is still seeing some sell side pressure. Let's look at that SPX. SPX still coming in. Meta getting wrecked here. IWM back down. Come on, Tessie. Hold steady here. Don't drop it. No problem, Anonymous. Dumpsy Stim hopes would help bounce retail short term, but won't last. Yep. Come on, Tesla. Defend this area. Don't be a dog. Don't be a dog. Gold starting to get faded here, guys. Almost going to the dark side. Gold is just barely positive. Tesla getting flushed. S&P getting flushed. Meta getting flushed. IWM weak. Microsoft back to the negative side. Nvidia still down 3. Apple still up 1.4. Google down slightly. Meta down 1.32. Tesla still down 1.7. Netflix is still green. JP Morgan back to the dark side. Palantir down 1.81%. Rocket Lab's getting faded a little bit. Quantum still mixed but showing weakness today. And Nike having a stellar day, guys, up 3.3% for Mr. Nike. Very impressive day for Nike. PayPal up 1. Damn Chipotle. Chipotle just can't catch a bid. Come on, Tessie. Hold the line. Oh, your S&P coming in hot and heavy. Hot and heavy. Again, we are still long Tesla 442.50 calls. filled at 660. Stop loss is going to be 610. So it's a 50-cent risk to reward. Market is coming in. Your IWM is back below your 7 and 50 MA. You look at your S&P 500, new low of day for SPX. Starting to sell off pretty sharply. Meta's breaching prior day low. Apple still holding value. Lilly still holding value. Bitcoin still under pressure. Palantir down 2% now. Nat gas is still soaring and roaring. Come on, Tesla. Pump it up. Pump it up. S&P 500 still looking a little bit fragile here. Dixie pulling back, but trying to hold through its opening range high. Yields are still strong. Crude oil still strong. Gold almost negative. Meta's trying to bounce off of its prior day low. Excuse me. S&P getting wrecked here. Your SPY's coming in hard. SPY breaking a new low. Tesla's trying to hold its low, but coming in hot and heavy now. Tesla's starting to come in a little bit more now. Right back down to the lows for Tessie. Come on, defend this area. Oh, Tesla's trying to break the lows, guys. Bottom is trying to fall out here. They're trying to defend it, sweeping those lows again. SPY starting to get wrecked here. SPX coming in hot and heavy. They might stop me out of my Tesla trade here, guys. It's getting close. Getting very, very close. Are they going to sweep me? Still in my Tesla, but they're trying to take me out here. Come on, Tessie. Get going. All right. Still holding Tesla, basically at break even. They're defending this fib level. It's a good reaction candle for Tesla. Still quite a bit of support down here, guys. Says if this turns into an inverted head and shoulders, this is the 50% retrace Fibonacci level for Tessie. Big bounce. Come on. I did send out a new position alert again to the investing group. Accumulated some common shares in a ticker. We've traded this ticker numerous times. We just took 22% gain a couple days ago on this ticker, so we're back now in it with another lower average price target, starting a bit of an entry, nibbling on it. Tesla still remaining long. The 442.50 calls end of week. Average is 650. Looking for TP1 target, where I'll trim half of my position. TP2, I'd trim the other half. Come on, nice bounce though on Tesla there, guys. Really good bounce. S&P fairly muted, catching a little bit of liquidity. IWM is still trying to hold its 7 and 50 MA. Thoughts on Intel? Let's take a peek at the chart real quick. Yeah, Intel I've been looking at wanting to short it and fade it. It's kind of slipped through the cracks recently. Intel's looking pretty weak. Looks like Intel's going to break structure. This is a key inflection point here. I think a lot of people are trying to short it here. I would expect a bounce and then another short, but Intel, again, it has the backdrop of Trump, and then there's also potentially the partnership with Tesla, so and Elon. But it's a tough short right now. I would let it bounce a little bit back to 39 bucks and then short it. But I don't really like Intel on the long side yet. Technically, it's a long off this level, though. Technically, it is a long. Come on, Tessie. Get your big butt up there. Big bounce on the S&P. Nat gas is still strong, guys. Bitcoin's still weak. Nvidia's still down 3. Apple still showing its strength in mega cap tech land. Tesla down 1.84, Meta down 1.43, Google just barely negative, Microsoft barely negative, Amazon barely negative. QQQ still underperforming SPY and the IWM by a 2-to-1 basis. So you can clearly see the powerful selling in Nvidia being observed today. Qs are down 0.64, whereas the IWM is down 0.37, SPY is down 0.3. So the SPY and the IWM are kind of trying to be the best performing indice on the session. They're rotating back and forth. The dollar is trying to hold its opening range high. That is a bit of a concern if it starts to press through this range. Really, there's no resistance in place on the dollar until 99.50 is tagged, which is its prior day low. So if the dollar can break out of this little area, it could push to 99.50, which would in theory put some downward pressure on the markets. Meta looking pretty weak. That's losing its prior day low. And see Tesla is still off of its prior day low. Market is still trying to chop Tesla down here. Crazy. PLTR still getting slapped. What else do we have going on? SoFi still slightly green. Rivian having another strong session, up 6.52. Pfizer's green. Rigetti down 4.9. Grab has been faded but still slightly positive. CoreWeave down 13%. Plug Power down 5.27. Big Bear AI getting faded but still up 11.7. All right, your dollar getting slightly rejected here, guys. So DXY coming down. That's going to help the S&P. Again, I gotta head out to a Remembrance Day ceremony, guys, here. So, again, the parameters of my Tesla trade, I've given you that. 610 is my stop loss. If we hit TP1, I'll trim half the contracts. TP2, I'll exit the full position. So stop loss is in place. 50-cent risk. Nevertheless, I'll be back for the afternoon session. But thank you all for tuning in. I gotta get my winter jacket on with this snow flying here, standing outside. All right, guys, we'll see you in a bit. Set? Yeah, I'm getting my jacket on. I'm getting my stuff on now. All right, guys, I am finished my ceremony. Back pretty quickly. So far, the markets have pretty much gone nowhere, chopping around up and down. Did get stopped out of Tesla for a small loss, so apologies about that. Day trade, you got to take your shots somewhere. Nevertheless, a lot of stocks have been faded. Thank you, thank you. Palantir still down, Rigetti still down, Plug Power still getting faded, Big Bear Eye still getting faded. Anybody observe anything while it's gone? Any news worth mentioning? Snapchat's continuously trying to break out. Nice day for Snapchat today. That's trying to get above its daily 200 moving average. So trying to confirm the breakout. Very, very bullish for Snapchat, guys. Snap's got a very large weekly inverted head and shoulders trying to break out here. Again, this pattern is triggering this week if it can hold. Obviously, it's still pretty early in the week, but if that holds, Snapchat's going back to above 11 bucks. Pretty pretty full beast mode pattern there. Looking pretty solid, I think. All right, guys, so the S&P has been slowly grinding a little bit higher throughout the course of the day. Trend is intact on the intraday, looking pretty solid. We are into this daily chart gap fill, point of control. So there is some resistance here on SPY, but volume's thin, so I personally wouldn't try shorting the S&P 500. Although you might get a little bit of a sell-off end of day. A tough market to short. Looks like it's going to keep trending here, so it is favorable for continuation move to the upside, this SPX chart. But nothing for me to really do with the indices at this point, at least for a day trade. Again, we did peel back some profits today in some of our nat gas plays. AR, we trimmed that position today. Nice little gain. We closed out our RRC, Range Resources. Our $36 call is printed. Closing out those for a nice chunk there. 115% gain on the final contracts. Still have a few other positions in the works. Right now the IWM is weaker than the S&P. Qs is the weakest indice, so you still have major tech selling through Nvidia, Meta, Tesla, and a handful of other semiconductors. Natural gas has been an absolute beast, up 4%. Crude oil has been a beast, up 2%. Bitcoin weak, testing 103, down 2.77%. Financials have been mixed across the board. You've had JP Morgan flirting between positive and negative. So JP Morgan's definitely seeing a little bit of selling here. Let's look at IWM. Let's look at KRE regionals. So KRE is trying to make a little bit of a move here back to the high side, shaking off that hard volume sell-off. Let's look at biotech, XBI. Yeah, XBI has been a beast as well. Getting a little bit lofty up here. Another new high on XBI biotech. Still ripping. We are seeing a little bit of a sell here in natural gas. Nat gas again is fairly extended intraday, more so on a 10-minute, hourly, and 4-hour chart pattern. You're going to see the resistance wedge pattern that we're trading into. Nice upsloping resistance. So far, nat gas is dipping a little bit there off of that resistance zone. Again, it's still in a very strong daily uptrend, but I want to see this back and fill a little bit. Maybe some profit taking comes into play ahead of inventories on Thursday. We will certainly find out. Even if it falls back down to the lower end, 445-ish, it's still tactfully bullish. Pretty extraordinary bounce in the indices. Today I'm quite surprised small caps haven't rallied a little bit better. It's a little bit of a problem in my eyes. You've had the NASDAQ week, and we all know when the Qs sell off. Generally, what we've seen is that money rotate into small caps. We haven't seen that today. They've been kind of also lagging a little bit, so maybe it's going to happen tomorrow, but surprisingly with the SMH down 1.92%, that money hasn't really rotated into small caps. It's kind of just bid up Apple and a handful of others. RKLB has had a nice fall, guys. So RKLB really chopping around. I want to see it go down cheaper. That would Be my preference, I would consider buying it again a little bit lower. Again, we did lock in profits yesterday at the highs, and that stock is now down yet again another full round trip. So we might be lucky and get another retest of this EMA. At least I'm hoping so. We will find out. All right, let's see what other volume names are moving. CoreWeave down 15.67%. Nasty, nasty fall for CoreWeave. Let's look at TeraWolf. It's also had a really hard sell-off on its earnings. That's nasty. Damn, I wish I still had my 100 puts. Shit, those would have printed. Damn. Let's look at Grab here. Grab tried breaking out today, guys. This needs to be monitored for maybe a failed breakout on Grab. We'll have to watch that closely. TTD is trying to hold a bit of a double bottom. I think that stock's ready to rip. Let's look at Dash again. Dash still just backing and filling, so that was a good little exit on Dash. We could probably get this one a little bit cheaper. I think it's going to revisit its lows. Let's look at Elf Beauty again. Elf Beauty coming in sharp. Let's look at Novo Nordisk. NVO, wow, what a bounce. Holy moly. Up 7% today? That's crazy. Damn, that double bottom. Should have taken the double bottom. I thought it was going to sweep it. Just shows you. When a double bottom holds, it can hold. Let's look at AMD. AMD still lofty. Micron still lofty up here. SMCI. SMCI is really taking on the chin here, guys. There is some support here, but you lose this area, and I mean, it's down to this weekly gap here around 30, pierce of 32 bucks. SMCI is not looking good. Not at all. AVGO. That's starting to get a little bit bearish. Let's look at Oracle. Oracle coming in. Snowflake. Snowflake still strong. MongoDB. MongoDB still holding quite steady. Let's look at Taiwan Semi. TSM coming in. How's Bloom Energy doing? BE coming down. MP. A-Lab. Also mixed. Mixed, mixed, mixed. Yeah, Apple Oven. Honestly, Apple Oven's fate is going to be like XYZ. You know, you look at what happened with XYZ here. XYZ square block. Chopped in this range for quite a long time, and then it had a big breakdown. So I think App's probably going to do the same thing, where you're going to chop in this wide range red bar for a few more weeks, and then boom, breakdown. But yeah, app obviously with the inclusion to the S&P 500, it's been really, really strong. You have fulfilled this inverse head and shoulders upside target, so it does need a pullback. It's definitely still extended, but market's still been trending. Yeah, it's like a lot of companies. You have to ask yourself, how the hell are some of these companies valued at some of these valuations? It's because the governments worldwide just keep printing. You know, if it's not the US, it's another central bank. If it's not another central bank, it's the US. It's crazy. Speculation is high. S&P new high of day. SE got smacked today. Earnings were solid and it got smacked. Damn, what a nasty reversal down. That's too bad. These China stocks have made full round trips. It's crazy. XBEV holding the extremes. EKE holding steady. Chegg, that's bouncing. You want to look at data volt? Inverse head and shoulders on the 4 hour maybe? Yeah, I see that. It needs to start turning up soon. You know, chances are you should. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 hours of sell side pressure here on the hourly chart. So again, the pattern hasn't triggered, but yeah, it's potentially there. It needs to start rounding up here pretty shortly though. It definitely needs to start rounding up here. Data Volt's a wild stock. It's one that has big swings. You know, it typically sells off intraday most of the time, or at least lately. You're getting a nice retrace of this weekly buy program, still above this breakout trend line. You know, it's not a bad area. Yeah, I actually did issue an alert to pick up some Data Vault common shares today. So you're on the same wavelength. And this is a pure speculation trade. We've traded this a number of times. We've traded this 2 times in the last a few days here, and we've made money on both sides of the trade. I remember we sold for a lovely gain up here for just over 20% in the pre-market, and now we've done a full round trip. Yeah, you do have to remind yourself. That's right. Yeah, I picked up 2,500 shares today. It's a 1/3 position for me. I'd pick up 7,500 shares in a full position. Probably wouldn't go more than that because it's wild. And it can dilute, it can get some bad piece of news, but as long as the market remains still tactfully in an uptrend, it still has a strong chance of getting a pretty decent bounce. I mean, we look at this bounce that it just had, wasn't really that impressive of a bounce. The bounce really occurred more so intraday where you retested that first fib level. So, but yeah, it's wise to keep the position small. Doesn't need much. We've got to look at IBM. I know they have ties to IBM now. A little bit of a partnership with IBM. IBM's still actually holding quite well, so it's a good sign for DVLT. Even though they're not really correlated, but their biggest deal is with IBM, so. Pfizer having a good day today. Archer Aviation seeing a little bit of a bid. What else can we look at? How are airlines doing? Airlines are mixed down. Boeing's slightly green. UAL down. Jets is down 0.5%. Delta down. Right, what else? How are 3D printing stocks? They're mixed. Some are down. Wow, Velo up 19%. What the hell happened here? VELO. Oh, it's earnings. Earnings. Large caps, let's see. So Intel's down 1.3. Most large caps are doing fairly well here. ServiceNow, Citi, ISRG, GE down. AMAT's down. Dell is down. Regeneron having a good day. Got a lot of strength in energy. A lot. Moderna having a good day. Stock down a little bit. So the stocks that are down are mainly your strongest companies in your semiconductor tech stocks. The ones that have been running recently. Yeah, how is Caesar doing? Yeah, still just consolidating, backing and filling down here. Backing and filling. Fill it up. Zoom is up. Trade Desk is up. Spotify's up. Unity Software down 3.3. Enphase taking on the chin today. Coinbase down. Let's look at Dell here. Dell's an interesting one, guys. This is an interesting level for Dell. Temptation is real to buy. Look at Dell. It's a beautiful backtest, guys, on Dell. Very cool. Very cool. Weekly 20 MA as support. Backtesting that daily chart EMA. I would have loved to see it tap that area. But keep Dell on watch, guys. You get a retest of this candle low, it might be ready to rock and roll. Yep, I like Dell. Yeah, Rivian's fucking ridiculous. I can't understand it. Was their earnings that good? I didn't really dive into it. As far as I know, they're still losing money. But I guess, hey, Rivian has these blow-off moves. If we look at a couple resistance trend lines, definitely resistance there. But it looks like they might want to squeeze it to 1880. But there is a ton of resistance up here. If you're wanting to short Rivian with a stop loss at this high, I have no issues. Not a bad area. Definitely extended. Just understand it could potentially go to 1875-ish. But very, very extended. Quite extended. All right, so your S&P coming in a little bit of a late sell-off, hitting the tape. Let's look at on the hourly SPY chart here. You've filled that daily chart gap, guys, which is pretty impressive. You filled it so quickly, very impressive. And technically speaking, I mean, I don't like how this S&P bounce has happened so quickly. I would have thought we got a bigger dip, but you got to trade what's in front of you. And I mean, if we look at it, I can't believe we've got one already. An inverse head and shoulders already breaking out, guys, on the hourly chart. Like, is this market insane or is it insane? It's crazy, eh? I mean, look at this freaking pattern, guys, on SPY. 700 on SPY incoming. Holy moly, if this holds, jeez. That is crazy. 700 on SPY incoming. That is just nuts. Take SPY to 700 by Thanksgiving. Oh, you get one positive news headline, they take SPY to 700 tomorrow. But probably. You're probably right. Again, but here's the thing, right? You always got to be mindful. Bullish patterns have a higher statistical probability of failing when you're near the highs of a chart. Just like bearish patterns have a high statistical probability of failing at the low of a chart. So although we're breaking out, this is really an hourly chart pattern, and I don't really like it as much because this is a weak right shoulder. This shoulder is weak. Such little consolidation here. Some of the consolidation happened above the left shoulder pivot, so it's a little bit sloppy. That being said, we will give it the benefit of the doubt because that's what's in front of us. But if this fails, if this pattern fails, then there's a strong chance this could be a lower high. But for now, the Bulls are they're in full control, guys. Full control. So we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Oh man. I'm tired. Do 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 do. You do have the Russell 2000 selling off IWM a little bit, not much, but a touch. It's selling off a little bit. Hmm. Again? Yeah. Rivian's beastin'. Should I full port Rivian here? Into the 18 handle. Like I said, 1880-ish. side. You're seeing some sell side pressure now. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Boom. Again, I'm pretty sure they still lose money on each car, right? Do they? Let's see. Yeah, again, this is on every vehicle they sell. Recent estimates show the losses of over $32,000 to $40,000 per a unit. That is insane. So Q2 2023 Rivian reported a loss of $32,595 per a vehicle sold. Like, I don't understand it. Q2 2024 It worsened. Rivian reported a loss per vehicle of 39,130. I mean, come on. How does that even make sense? I don't know. You avoid all EV together? Aw, come on. Come on, Stoic. Full port Rivian with me. We'll just slap a, let's just go all in. End of week. $30 calls. Full port. See? Lucky sneeze. Must be good luck. No, don't do that. Don't do that. I know you would never, but. The company also announced a spin-off of the new robotics company. They announced something about getting into robotics and AI, so a bunch of fluff and jawboning. Are they really? What are they going to get into? The stock market. There's a lot of shenanigans, trickery, crookedness. It's kind of funny, but pretty crazy. Bristol numbers. Hold the line. Hold the line. Oh, nice. So we're in panelists. So check, check. Now we just need. Gotta go get some. Gotta go get a snack. I'm gonna fall asleep. I'm not gonna make the last 6 minutes here, guys. My goodness. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. AI robots and chips and crypto. So they're basically just announcing everything. All of the hot thematic trades that algos like and Wall Street retail likes. DA Davidson analyst Michael Shilsky maintains Rivian Automotive with a neutral and raises the price target from 13 to 15. Tomorrow 4 p.m. the government reopens. We might get a rally. Yeah, I would say we've had that priced in already. Remember, I would say that we get to buy the rumor, sell the news. Maybe there's a gap up tomorrow and then they sell it. That wouldn't surprise me, guys. Would not surprise me. You know, I was bullish on Thursday, Friday, especially Friday down here when we were buying SPY calls. And we've gone a little bit too quickly. I mean, you look how many days it took us to fall. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 3 days to almost recapture that whole entire move. Pretty crazy. So if the government reopens, would not be. I think it would be a buy the rumor, sell the news. I still think we need to chop some more. I don't think we're going to break out of this so easily. But maybe they just give the bulls a quick hoorah. Santa Claus, maybe they wanted to just dip it there real quick. Who the heck knows? Certainly there's the plausibility. The pattern is there. Tesla move into the close is insane. Let's take a peek. Yeah, very strong move. Very strong move. I don't know if there's news or anything. Anyone see any news on Tesla? Not really seeing anything yet. Maybe there's something. Let's see. Hour ago, same thing. Tesla shareholders approved 1 trillion Musk Pay package. Full self-driving needs improvement. That's about it. Interesting. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Hmm. Nice little pullback here in natural gas, guys. Decent little pullback. We did send out a live trading alert to the group, accumulating some KOLD down here at 2661. If you want to take some profits, by all means, but I'm probably going to hold it overnight. Nice little move there down into the end of the session. All right, guys, that is a wrap of the trading session. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, and we'll see you on the charts tomorrow. Thank you, Stoic. Cheers, everybody.